The soft rumble of the Hogwarts Express echoed gently beneath Elara's feet as the train coasted through the misty countryside. Outside the windows, the lush green hills of the Scottish Highlands slowly passed, their wild beauty softened by the early morning fog. Inside, the air was filled with the soft chatter of excited students. Some eager for the year ahead, others wrapped in their own quiet thoughts. But for Elara, the steady rhythm of the train was soothing, like a lullaby meant to welcome her back to Hogwarts. The familiar hum, the flickering candlelight, and the comfortable smell of fresh parchment and chocolate frogs created a peaceful atmosphere that felt like home. She leaned back in her seat, her head resting lightly against the window, watching as the sun rose above the horizon, casting a soft golden light on the trees that seemed to bow to the train as it passed. The Sorting Hat. Elara's thoughts drifted to the old, wise hat sitting patiently on its pedestal in the Great Hall. She had always wondered about it. There was something mysterious, almost alive about the Sorting Hat, something that made its presence felt even when it was quiet. She had heard whispers about its magical power, about the secrets it held within its stitched seams. It didn't just choose which house each new student belonged to. No, it was far more than that. It had witnessed countless years of students, each with their own stories, their own secrets, and it had watched them all grow, change, and become part of Hogwarts' legacy. But the Sorting Hat was not only a silent observer. It knew things that no one else could know. Hidden truths about each student, things they may never tell another soul. Secrets tucked away in the corners of the castle, locked behind 1,000 years of magic. And yet, despite all of the stories she had heard about the Sorting Hat's wisdom, no one ever spoke of the hat's own history. What was it really? How had it come to be so powerful? How could it look into a student's heart and soul and know them better than they knew themselves? The soft murmur of conversation and the faint clink of cups filled the compartment, but Elara was lost in her thoughts. There was a mystery here, one that no one seemed to fully understand, and she felt an inexplicable pull to uncover it. Perhaps, she thought with a quiet smile, this year would be the year she discovered the truth behind the Sorting Hat. The train journey was long, but Elara found herself drifting in and out of thoughts, imagining the Sorting Hat sitting at its post in the Great Hall, waiting for her return. There was magic in that hat, she was certain of it. And deep within, beyond the ancient fabric and enchanted stitching, lay the secret history of Hogwarts itself. As the train rounded the last bend and Hogwarts Castle came into view, its towering spires rising from the mist like a dream, Elara felt a sense of calm settle over her. There were secrets to be uncovered here, in the ancient walls of Hogwarts, and she was ready to uncover them. Slowly, gently, and with the quiet patience of someone who understood that the best stories were never rushed. If this story calls to you, dear listener, if you find yourself drawn to the magic of Hogwarts and the secrets it keeps, perhaps you'll join Elara on this journey of discovery. And if you enjoy this story, remember to like, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you don't miss the quiet magic waiting for you just around the corner. For now, though, Let the world of Hogwarts greet you softly. Let the whispers of ancient spells and the glow of the castle's lanterns invite you in. It's time to relax, to drift into the comfort of the familiar halls, and to remember that Hogwarts is always a place where stories are waiting. Stories of wonder, magic, and heart. And so the adventure begins. Elara Windmere was a fourth-year Ravenclaw with a curious mind and a quiet soul. She wasn't the loudest in class, nor the most likely to take the spotlight in the bustling corridors of Hogwarts, but there was something in her presence that caught attention. The way she observed the world, always listening, always thinking, and always finding magic in the smallest of details. With long, dark hair that tumbled in soft waves around her shoulders, and thoughtful hazel eyes that seemed to absorb every inch of her surroundings, Elara had the air of someone who wasn't easily surprised. She had a quiet elegance about her, with the kind of grace that came from being comfortable in her own skin. Elara's affinity for magic had always been with her, though she had a different approach than most students. Where others eagerly practiced spells and charms in the common room, Elara preferred the old, hidden corners of the castle. The library, the forgotten corridors, the spaces where silence reigned and the magic of Hogwarts lingered in the dust of ancient books. Her love for the arcane wasn't born of ambition or the desire for greatness. It came from an innate understanding that magic was more than what could be seen. To Elara, magic wasn't about the dazzling fireworks or the grand gestures. It was about the quiet hum that ran through the air, the way the shadows seemed to shift just slightly when you asked the right question. Her best friend, Callum, had always been her opposite. A Hufflepuff, cheerful and outspoken, he was a beacon of light in Elara's more introspective world. He often joked that while Elara looked for answers in books, he found them in people. And it was true. Callum's laughter was contagious, his optimism unwavering, and his ability to find joy in every corner of the castle was something Elara admired. Their friendship had been easy, formed over shared moments of magic, like the time they both accidentally transfigured their teacups into hopping frogs, but also in their mutual curiosity about the mysteries that Hogwarts kept hidden. Where Elara sought out old tomes and dusty corners, Callum was always by her side, ready to dive into whatever adventure came their way, whether it was exploring secret passages or chasing down mischievous magical creatures. But it was during one of these quiet explorations that Elara first began to feel drawn to the sorting hat. It wasn't just a relic of the past, a simple object sitting at the head of the Great Hall during the sorting ceremony. No, there was something about the hat that intrigued her. Something more than just its ability to place students into one of the four houses. She had heard the legends, that it had witnessed the founding of Hogwarts, that it could communicate with the founders themselves, and that it had the ability to read minds, to look into the hearts of each student and choose where they belonged. 4. Elara, it wasn't just about the hat's ability to sort. It was about the deeper magic it held. It had seen every student that had ever entered Hogwarts, every story, every secret, every choice that had shaped the castle's history. And yet there was no official record of what it knew, no book that could explain the depths of its wisdom. The sorting hat wasn't just a magical object, it was a keeper of the castle's soul. Callum, always curious but less consumed by the idea of secrets, laughed when Elara first mentioned her fascination with the hat. "You're going to try and get the hat to talk, aren't you?" he had teased, knowing well enough that Elara's curiosity often led her into uncharted territory. Elara hadn't responded with words, but her gaze had lingered on the hat as it sat silently on its shelf at the head of the great hall. She had made up her mind then. She would uncover the sorting hat's secrets, not to prove something to anyone, but to understand the very magic that connected Hogwarts to its students, and perhaps even to herself. And so this year, as the train rumbled toward the castle, Elara had already begun her quiet search. It wasn't going to be easy. The sorting hat had been around for over 1,000 years, and it wasn't known for being forthcoming with its knowledge. But Elara had always believed that every mystery, no matter how old, could be unraveled if you were patient enough. As the train began to slow and the first glimpse of Hogwarts appeared through the fog, Elara felt that familiar stirring in her chest. The sense that something was waiting for her, something hidden in the shadows of the castle just beyond reach. And she, Elara Windmere, was ready to uncover it. For a moment she glanced over at Callum, who was already talking animatedly about the upcoming term and the new classes they'd be taking. He hadn't noticed the look in her eyes, the quiet determination that had grown over the years. But Elara knew. This was her year. The sorting hat's secret history would be hers to discover. With a soft smile, she looked out of the train window, her heart full of anticipation, knowing that the magic of Hogwarts was waiting for her to uncover its oldest and most cherished mystery. The evening that Elara first felt the shift in magic at Hogwarts was unlike any other she had experienced before. It was the night after the sorting ceremony, the air crisp with the first bite of autumn, and the moon hanging in the sky like a lantern. The great hall had emptied, the students leaving for their respective houses, the night settling in with a calm and reassuring quiet. Elara lingered after dinner, watching the final flickers of light in the hall, before slipping away unnoticed. She had a plan, or rather, a feeling. Something deep inside her had whispered that this year was different. The sorting hat was not just waiting to be used in the ceremony again. No, it was waiting for her, for someone who could uncover its deeper story. She slipped down the torchlit corridors of Hogwarts, the walls whispering with ancient secrets. The hallways seemed to breathe with her, as though the very stone itself was alive, responding to the subtle shift in the air that Elara had felt. As she moved, the familiar sounds of Hogwarts, the distant laughter from the common rooms, the soft rustle of the portraits as they shifted, seemed to quiet, and she couldn't help but feel that she was not alone. Arriving at the foot of the staircase that led to the headmaster's office, Elara paused. She had visited this area before, of course, but tonight it felt different. There was an odd pull in the air, as though some force was gently nudging her forward. She took the first step, then another, and soon she found herself at the door to the great hall where the sorting hat waited on its pedestal. But the hall was empty now, except for the hat. It sat alone in the center of the stage, its shape more solemn and quiet than usual. Elara's heart raced with both excitement and awe as she approached the hat. Its faded, worn fabric seemed to absorb the light, the ancient stitching almost alive with the history it held. She could see the tiny runes faintly glowing along the brim, the very same symbols she had read about in old books, symbols that told of deep magic, of ancient wisdom. For a moment, Elara stood silently in front of it, waiting. The hat remained still, almost as if it was aware of her presence, acknowledging her curiosity. The whispers from the hall had quieted to a near silence. It was as if the entire castle was holding its breath, waiting for her to take the next step. "Hello?" Elara's voice was soft, barely a whisper, but it seemed to echo through the room like a gentle breeze. At first, there was nothing, no response, no magical flash or sudden jolt of power, just the stillness of the hall and the quiet hum of the castle around her. Then, with a sudden warmth, the hat stirred. Elara jumped, slightly taken aback. The brim of the hat twitched, and a faint rustling noise emanated from within its folds. She took a cautious step forward, her breath held in anticipation. "I was wondering when you'd come," the hat said, its voice deep and full of ancient warmth. It was not the booming, almost theatrical voice it used during the sorting ceremony. This voice was quieter, softer, almost personal. Elara blinked in surprise, unsure if she had truly heard it. But when she looked at the hat again, its surface shimmered lightly with magic. There was no mistake. "You've been waiting for me?" she asked, her voice trembling with both wonder and curiosity. The hat seemed to chuckle softly, a gentle sound that made Elara feel like she was sitting by a hearth, listening to a wise elder speak. "Not just for you, child, for anyone who seeks to truly understand the magic within these walls. The magic of Hogwarts, the magic of memory." Elara's heart pounded in her chest.
"Memory?" she repeated, stepping closer. "What do you mean?" The hat was still for a moment, as if considering her question. "I am more than just a sorting hat. I am the keeper of the stories, the hidden truths, the whispers of those who have come before you."
Elara swallowed hard, her pulse quickening. "But why haven't you shared these stories? Why hasn't anyone heard the truth?" "Ah." The hat's voice softened, a note of sadness carrying through. "Because some truths are not meant to be revealed all at once. They must be sought out piece by piece, and the time has not yet come for all of them to be known. But you are different, Elara Windmere. You listen when others do not. You seek when others turn away." Elara's mind raced. She had spent so many years wondering about the hat, about its magic, about its history, the mysteries that had been buried beneath its wise, ancient exterior now seemed to hold the promise of something greater. "What is it that you know about me?" Elara asked softly, her eyes never leaving the hat. The hat was silent for a moment, and Elara thought she saw its stitching shift, as though it were considering how much to reveal. "I know your heart, Elara. I know the quiet bravery in your soul, the desire to protect those around you, to understand the things others cannot see. I know your curiosity, your questions that have no easy answers, and I know that you are not the first to seek me out." Her breath caught in her throat. She had always known that the sorting hat was not simply a relic, but she hadn't realized how much of it could know. It knew her, deeply, intimately. "Am I the only one who's tried to uncover your secrets?" she asked, voice trembling. The hat chuckled again, though the sound was far softer this time. "Oh, there have been others, many others. Some have sought power, some have sought glory, and some have simply wanted to understand. But only a few have come close enough to hear the whispers I offer. Only a few truly listen." Elara's gaze softened, and she took another step closer, feeling as though the very air was charged with magic. "Then what do I need to do? How do I learn more?" The hat's voice dropped to a whisper, its tone almost conspiratorial. "You must follow the path that the castle itself lays out for you. Seek the hidden corners, the forgotten rooms, the memories of those who came before you." Elara stood in stunned silence, the weight of the hat's words settling upon her like a blanket of soft snow. There was so much more to Hogwarts than she had ever imagined, so many hidden layers of magic buried deep within its walls. The sorting hat was more than just a tool for the ceremony. It was a living, breathing keeper of the castle's very essence, and Elara now knew that her journey had just begun. Before she could ask anything more, the hat spoke again, its voice almost a murmur, as if speaking to herself. "Remember, Elara, the greatest magic is not in the spells you cast, but in the memories you carry. Those are the stories that live forever." With those final words, the hat went still once more, the gentle pulse of magic subsiding like the last faint echo of a lullaby. Elara stood there for a long moment, her mind swirling with the mysteries that the sorting hat had shared, the weight of the secrets it held. And as she slowly turned to leave, she knew one thing for certain. She would find the answers. One whisper at a time. Hogwarts had many secrets, and the sorting hat knew them all, and now so did she. The days after her encounter with the sorting hat passed in a blur, but the mystery that had unfolded remained with Elara. It wasn't just the hat's words that lingered in her mind. It was the feeling that there was something deeper, something far older, hidden in the walls of Hogwarts, waiting for her to find it. Each day, as she walked the halls of the castle, she felt a subtle tug, as if the walls themselves were calling her to discover more. The castle seemed different now, its secrets more tangible, its magic more alive. The air was thick with unspoken stories, and Elara found herself returning to places she had never noticed before. Hidden corridors, forgotten staircases, and quiet alcoves. But no matter how many places she explored, there was always a sense that something was just out of reach. One chilly autumn afternoon, after a particularly long day of classes, Elara found herself wandering along the corridors of the east wing of the castle, an area she had always found to be oddly still and empty. She had passed through it 100 times before, but today it felt different. The walls, though as old and worn as ever, seemed to hum with a quiet energy, as though they were aware of her presence. There was a narrow, dimly lit hallway, too. Her left, one she had never really noticed before. Her curiosity piqued, Elara stepped into the passageway, her footsteps soft on the stone floor. The air grew cooler, and the faint scent of old parchment and dust filled her nose. The walls on either side were lined with portraits of figures she didn't recognize, their eyes following her as she passed. She couldn't help but feel like they were watching her, like they knew something she didn't. She walked deeper into the hallway, the flickering torchlight casting dancing shadows across the walls. There was no sound, no footsteps, but her own. And yet, there was a sense of anticipation, like a breath held in the dark. Elara felt her heart quicken, the sense that something was waiting for her. Something important. At the very end of the hallway, she saw it. A door. It wasn't large or imposing, just a simple wooden door, worn with age, but still sturdy. What caught Elara's attention was the faint glow coming from beneath it, a soft, golden light that seemed to pulse rhythmically like the beat of a distant heart. The door itself was unmarked, no plaque, no name, no indication of what lay beyond. Without thinking, Elara reached for the handle and turned it. The door creaked open, and she stepped inside. What lay beyond the door was like nothing she had ever imagined. The room was round, its high stone walls lined with bookshelves filled with ancient tomes and scrolls. In the center of the room stood a large stone pedestal upon which rested an object covered by a velvet cloth. The glow she had seen from the hallway emanated from the object, casting a warm and inviting light throughout the room. There was no other light source, yet the room was bathed in this gentle, golden glow. Elara moved forward, her breath shallow as she approached the pedestal. She could feel the magic in the air, thick and ancient, as though the room itself had been waiting for her. She reached out to lift the velvet cloth, her fingers trembling with anticipation. Beneath the cloth was a small, intricately carved box, made of dark wood with silver filigree running along its edges. The box seemed almost alive, pulsing gently with the same golden light that filled the room. Elara's fingers brushed against it, and the moment she touched it, the box emitted a soft hum, a vibration that resonated deep within her chest. She opened the box slowly, unsure of what to expect. Inside, there was a small crystal vial filled with a liquid that shimmered like liquid gold. At the bottom of the vial was a tiny slip of parchment, folded neatly. Elara picked it up, unfolding it carefully. The words were written in elegant, flowing script. The Sorting Hat knows every heart that has passed through the gates of Hogwarts. It holds their memories, their choices, their very souls. But there is one memory that binds them all. One truth that the hat has yet to reveal. Seek it, and the history of the founders will be yours to uncover. Elara stared at the words, her heart pounding in her chest. This was what the Sorting Hat had meant. There was a truth, a secret, something hidden within the magic of Hogwarts itself. And she was the one meant to uncover it. Her mind raced, trying to make sense of the message. What memory? What truth? and why had it been hidden for so long? As if in response to her thoughts, the vial began to glow brighter, the liquid inside swirling gently, as though alive. The glow grew stronger, and, before Elara could react, the room around her began to shift. The walls blurred, and the floor beneath her feet felt as though it were dissolving. She closed her eyes tightly, bracing herself, unsure of what was happening. When she opened her eyes again, the room had changed. The shelves of books were gone, replaced by a vast open space. She was standing in a large hall, the architecture unfamiliar but somehow ancient and majestic. Stone pillars reached up toward the ceiling, and the air was thick with the scent of fresh earth and grass. The sound of distant voices echoed faintly in the air. Elara turned, and before her stood a group of people. 4 figures dressed in robes of different colors, each holding something in their hands. Their faces were not quite clear, as though she was seeing them through a veil, but their presence was undeniable. They stood in a circle, their eyes fixed on something in the center of the room. Elara took a step forward, and the moment she did, the figures turned to her. Their faces were still blurred, but their expressions were full of purpose, of wisdom. One of them, a tall figure in green robes, raised a hand, and Elara felt a wave of magic wash over her, as though it was speaking to her in a language only her heart could understand. The figure's voice echoed in her mind, not in words, but in understanding. "The Sorting Hat has seen many things," the figure said, "but it is not only a tool of the founders, it is the keeper of their legacy, of their heart. It has watched over the students of Hogwarts, not just as a judge, but as a witness. The truth that binds them all is not in their houses, nor in their magic, but in their choices, the choice to learn, to grow, to protect one another." Elara's heart raced as the figure continued. "You, Elara Windmere, are the one who will uncover this truth. But it is not enough to seek the history of the founders. You must understand it, feel it, live it, for in doing so, you will learn the greatest magic of all, the magic that is shared by all who pass through these gates." The figures began to fade, their presence dissolving like mist, leaving Elara standing alone in the vast hall. The air around her felt still, as though the very castle was holding its breath. Elara closed her eyes, letting the vision sink into her. The Sorting Hat wasn't just about choosing students. It was about understanding them, about seeing them for who they truly were, the light and the shadows, the memories and the choices. And now, the Hat's greatest secret was hers to uncover. The golden glow of the vial in her hand dimmed, and Elara knew deep in her heart that the journey ahead would be long and filled with more mysteries than she could imagine. But she was ready. She had to be. For the truth that lay hidden in Hogwarts within the Sorting Hat itself was more than a story. It was the key to everything, and with that thought, she knew her adventure had truly begun. The days following Elara's vision were filled with a new sense of purpose, though she had no clear idea of what lay ahead. The encounter with the figures in the mysterious hall had left her with more questions than answers, but one thing was certain. She was meant to uncover something deep within the heart of Hogwarts. Something the Sorting Hat knew, something tied to the very soul of the castle itself. The following week, she found herself walking the hallways with a different kind of awareness. Each corner, each stone seemed to speak to her. It was as though the castle, with all its history and magic, was waiting for her to listen more closely, to uncover the truth it had guarded for centuries. Her friend Callum, always bright and eager, noticed the change in her immediately. He'd spent the past few days trying to distract her with jokes, the usual mix of light-hearted banter that always made her laugh, but today he saw the far-off look in her eyes, the same look he had seen in her when they had first ventured into the depths of the forbidden forest, searching for creatures and secrets they didn't fully understand. "Elara," Callum said, his voice breaking into her thoughts. "What
are you thinking about? You're miles away." She blinked and smiled softly, though her thoughts were still on the vision in the hall. "Just
the hat," she said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. Callum raised an eyebrow. "The sorting hat? You still think there's something more to it?" "I know there is," Elara replied, her voice firm with quiet certainty. "It's not just about choosing houses, it's about something deeper, something it has seen over the years." He looked at her skeptically but didn't press the matter further. Callum had always been more concerned with the present, with the here and now, while Elara was drawn to the past, to history, and the untold stories that lived within the walls of Hogwarts. They walked together through the familiar hallways, past the portraits of long-forgotten wizards, their painted eyes following them as they passed. Elara's steps were light, but her mind was heavy with the knowledge that there was something more she needed to discover. It wasn't just about unlocking the sorting hat's secrets. It was about understanding why it knew what it did, and what that knowledge meant for the students of Hogwarts. As they turned a corner, Elara spotted a familiar face, Professor McGonagall, making her way down the hallway, her stern expression softened only by the hint of a smile. Elara had always admired her, not just for her incredible talent in transfiguration, but for the wisdom she carried in her quiet demeanor. "Professor McGonagall," Elara called, her voice carrying through the corridor. McGonagall stopped and turned toward her, her gaze softening as Elara and Callum approached. "Ah, Miss Windmere, and Mr. Birch, how are you both?" she asked, with a hint of warmth in her usually formal tone. "We're well, Professor," Callum replied, his usual cheerfulness shining through. "Elara's been a bit distracted lately, though." Elara gave Callum a knowing look before turning back to the Professor. "Professor, I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about the sorting hat, about its history, perhaps. I've always been curious about it." Professor McGonagall's eyes glinted with something Elara couldn't quite place, a kind of quiet amusement, but also a knowing expression. "The sorting hat has a long and storied history, Miss Windmere. I'm afraid there are not many records about its true origins, though," she added with a slight smile. "It has its secrets, as many things at Hogwarts do." "I understand," Elara said, feeling a gentle tug of frustration. "But surely there must be more to it than simply sorting students, right? It's so old." McGonagall regarded her for a moment, her sharp eyes studying Elara with an intensity that seemed to go beyond the question itself. "The hat does indeed have its own wisdom, Miss Windmere, but be cautious of seeking too much too quickly. Some Things are meant to unfold in their own time, and some mysteries, no matter how enticing, are better left for the right moment. With those words, McGonagall turned and continued her walk down the hall, her footsteps echoing against the stone walls, leaving Elara and Callum standing in silence. "She's right, you know," Callum said, his voice thoughtful. "Maybe we should leave it for now. Let it come to you when the time is right." But Elara wasn't ready to let go. Not yet. That evening, as the golden light of sunset poured into the great hall, Elara sat alone in the library, her thoughts spinning like
a quiet storm.
The Sorting Hat's message still echoed in her mind, the whisper of something far older than she had imagined. She had seen glimpses of it before, in the books and tomes she had pored over, the history of the founders, the ancient magic that had shaped the school. But now it felt like the pieces were beginning to fit together. She reached for a worn book on the shelf beside her, one that had been neglected for years, its pages yellowed and brittle. It was an old account of Hogwarts' founding, the tale of Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin, the four who had shaped the castle and its legacy. Elara had read this book before, but today she felt an urgency in her fingers as she flipped through the pages, searching for something she couldn't quite name. And then, on a page that was barely visible beneath the layers of dust, she saw it. A passage hidden in plain sight. She had missed it before. It was a description of the Sorting Hat, its creation, and its true purpose. The hat was not merely an object of convenience, it said. It was created by the founders themselves, imbued with not just the magic of sorting, but of seeing into the hearts and minds of those who came to Hogwarts. But what was most fascinating, Elara realized, was what it could see. The hat was not just reading students' traits, it was learning their potential, their destiny. The page also described an ancient power hidden within the hat's magic, a force capable of shaping the future of the wizarding world itself. Elara's heart raced as she read the words. Could the Sorting Hat really hold such a power? Could it have known things about her, about everyone, that no one else could comprehend? Her mind swirled with excitement and uncertainty. She had uncovered a small piece of the puzzle, but there was still so much left to uncover. The sound of footsteps behind her broke her concentration. She turned, and Callum appeared, his face lit with curiosity. "Elara, you look like you've found something," he said with a smile. "I think—"
"I have," she replied, her voice soft but filled with a quiet intensity.
"This book mentions a power hidden within the Sorting Hat. Something more than just sorting students into houses. It's seeing into us, into our potential, our futures." Callum's eyes widened. "So, you're saying the hat knows more about us than we know ourselves?" Elara nodded, her fingers brushing over the page. "Yes. And I think it's been hiding something. There's more to this magic than we've ever been told." Her heart pounded with the weight of her discovery, and for the first time she felt like she was standing on the edge of something vast, something ancient. The Sorting Hat was more than just a hat. It was a witness, a keeper of destiny, a keeper of secrets. But the question remained, what had it seen in her? And what was it waiting for her to discover? As the night stretched on and the last light of the day faded from the castle windows, Elara knew one thing with certainty. The magic of Hogwarts had only just begun to reveal itself, and she was ready to uncover the rest. It was time to seek out the rest of the secrets the Sorting Hat held before someone else did. The mystery had only just begun. The days following Elara's discovery in the library felt like they passed in a dream. The knowledge she had uncovered about the Sorting Hat's deeper magic filled her thoughts constantly, pulling her towards questions she didn't have answers for, stirring something inside her that could no longer be ignored. She felt as though the castle itself was calling to her, inviting her to explore deeper, to uncover more secrets, and to step into a story much older than herself. Yet, despite the quiet whispers of magic in the hallways, despite the feeling of destiny that clung to the air like mist, Elara knew that this journey was hers alone. She couldn't share it with anyone, not yet. No one would understand the way the hat had spoken to her, the way its magic had resonated with her soul. It was a secret she carried with her like a quiet fire, a spark that needed to be nurtured in silence before it could burn brightly. One particularly clear evening, as she wandered through the castle grounds with Callum at her side, Elara felt a strange pull toward the forbidden forest. The cool evening breeze tousled her hair as she paused at the edge of the darkened trees. The sight of the forest, with its towering trees and mysterious depths, seemed to beckon her, urging her to venture further. "Elara?" Callum's voice broke through her thoughts, and she turned to see him watching her, his expression a mixture of curiosity and concern. "You're not thinking of going in there, are you?" She hesitated. The forest had always held a sense of danger, of mystery, but tonight it seemed different. There was something about the way the shadows stretched over the trees, something about the way the wind whispered through the leaves that made her feel that this was a moment of choice, a moment where she would either turn away or move forward into the unknown. "I feel like there's something important there," she said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Something that's connected to the hat, to the magic that I need to understand." Callum frowned, clearly concerned. "The forest is full of dangerous creatures. You can't just go in there alone, Elara. It's too risky." Elara knew he was right, but her heart told her that this was a path she needed to walk, even if it was uncertain. She didn't want to ignore the call of the forest, nor did she want to keep this secret to herself forever. She had to face it. She had to explore it.
"I'll be careful," she said, giving Callum a reassuring smile. "I have to go. There's something I need to understand, something I'm meant to discover. I can't ignore it." Callum hesitated for a long moment, his eyes searching hers for any sign of doubt. When none came, he sighed and gave a reluctant
nod. "All right, but if you're going, I'm coming with you. You're not doing this alone." A wave of gratitude washed over Elara. She had always known that Callum would never leave her to face anything alone. Even in moments when her curiosity led her into places others feared to tread, he would always be by her side, ready to walk into the unknown. Together, they stepped into the shadowed embrace of the forbidden forest. The trees towered above them, their branches interwoven like a canopy of ancient secrets. The forest floor was soft beneath their feet, covered in moss and fallen leaves that muffled their footsteps. The deeper they went, the quieter it became, the sounds of the castle fading away until there was nothing but the rhythmic sounds of their breathing and the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. As they ventured further into the forest, Elara couldn't help but feel a sense of peace settle over her. The forest had always felt intimidating, but tonight it seemed almost welcoming, as if it were waiting for them to uncover its hidden stories. Eventually, they came upon a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots twisting into the earth like a labyrinth. The tree seemed to pulse with a subtle energy, and Elara's heart quickened as she stepped toward it, drawn by the invisible pull she had felt ever since she first discovered the sorting.
That secret, what is this place?
Callum asked, his voice filled with awe.
I've never seen anything like it.
I don't know, Elara whispered, her voice thick with wonder. But I feel like it's connected to the magic I'm searching for, to the hat, to the founders.
To everything. She reached out and placed her hand on the rough bark of the oak tree. The moment her fingers made contact, she felt a sudden jolt of energy course through her, a spark of magic that shot up her arm and into her chest. She gasped
and pulled her hand back, but the magic lingered, a soft glow that radiated from her skin like a heartbeat. Elara! Callum's voice was filled with alarm as he stepped forward. What happened? Are you all right? Elara didn't answer immediately. Her mind was racing and her heart was pounding. She had felt something powerful, something ancient. The magic she had just touched was unlike anything she had ever experienced. It was as though the very tree, the forest itself, had recognized her presence and welcomed her. She could feel the history of Hogwarts pulsing within it, the memories of the founders, the choices they had made, and the secrets they had hidden away in the very earth beneath her feet. I'm fine, Elara said slowly, her voice steady despite the whirlwind of thoughts in her mind. I felt something strong. I think this tree holds part of the magic I'm looking for. She stepped closer to the tree again, her fingers brushing the bark. As she did, the world around her seemed to shift. The air grew warmer, the light in the clearing softening until it was bathed in a golden glow. And then, as if the tree itself had opened a door to another time, images began to materialize before her eyes. She saw the founders, their faces clear as day, standing together in this very clearing. They were young, their robes flowing in the wind as they spoke to one another in hushed voices. Elara could feel the weight of their words, the urgency in their eyes as they made decisions that would shape the future of Hogwarts. Elara. Callum's voice interrupted her reverie, but Elara was too engrossed in the vision to answer. The founders were speaking of the sorting hat, of the magic it would carry, of the responsibility they would place upon it to protect Hogwarts' legacy. Elara,
look! Callum's voice was insistent now, and Elara's gaze flickered to him. His eyes were wide with amazement, his finger pointing toward the center of the clearing.
In the space where the founders had stood, the golden light began to take shape once more. It solidified into the form of the sorting hat, its ancient fabric glowing softly with the same golden hue. It floated above the ground as though it were alive, watching Elara with knowing eyes. Elara Windmere, the sorting hat's voice echoed in her mind, soft yet commanding. You have sought the truth. The time has come for you to understand. The vision around her swirled, the trees around her shimmering with light, and Elara's heart raced with anticipation. She had come this far, and now the sorting hat was revealing the rest of the story. She stepped forward, feeling the presence of the founders around her, the magic of their decisions surrounding her. This was her moment, the moment where her journey through the mysteries of Hogwarts and the sorting hat's secrets would truly begin. And with that, Elara made a choice. She chose to follow the magic, to embrace the unknown, and to discover the history that had shaped not just the castle, but every student who had walked its halls. With Callum by her side, Elara knew that her adventure had only just begun. The secrets of the sorting hat were waiting, and it was time for her to uncover them, one choice at a time. The golden light that had filled the clearing gradually began to fade, the vision of the sorting hat dimming as the air around Elara grew still again. She stood there, her heart racing from what she had just witnessed. The founders, the sorting hat, the magical force that had bound their legacy together. But there was more. She could feel it, pulsing in the air like the aftershocks of a spell that had only just been cast. The clearing was quiet now, and Elara found herself standing alone in the soft glow of moonlight. Her fingers still tingled from touching the ancient oak tree, the same sensation she had felt when the sorting hat had revealed itself to her. The tree had been a key, a link between her, the magic of the founders, and the deeper history of Hogwarts. But the true revelation, the part of the story that would answer the questions she had carried with her for so long, was yet to come. She turned to Callum, who had been watching her in silence. His eyes were wide, his face pale with awe and curiosity. He stepped forward, looking at her with an intensity that she had never seen before. Elara,
That was... His voice faltered, unable to find the right words. What did you see? What did the sorting hat show you? Elara closed her eyes for a moment, still feeling the weight of what she had learned. It was more than she had ever imagined.
the sorting hat didn't just sort students into houses. It did much more than that. It watched. It knew. It had witnessed the choices of the founders, the building of Hogwarts, the rise and fall of its students, their successes, their failures, their fears. But most importantly, it knew the magic that had bound them all together, the shared connection that ran through the very heart of Hogwarts. It showed me the founders, Elara said, her voice soft. It showed me their legacy, the magic. They used to build this school, but it also showed me something else, the sorting hat. It's more than just a magical object. It's a keeper of their memories, their choices. Callum stared at her in disbelief. So, you're saying the hat remembers everything? Everything about the students who've come here? Elara nodded. Yes, but it's more than that. The hat doesn't just remember, it understands. It sees the potential within every student. It doesn't just choose who belongs where. It chooses who can carry the legacy of the founders. It knows the hearts of every student, the choices they will make, the paths they will walk. She paused, taking a deep breath. But there's more. There's a deeper magic in the hat. Something the founders knew, something they left behind. It's a power that connects all the students of Hogwarts, something that can only be unlocked by someone who truly understands what Hogwarts represents. Callum's brow furrowed in confusion. What do you mean? What kind of power? What is it that you've discovered? Elara looked out into the forest, the trees standing like sentinels in the darkness. She could feel the weight of the revelation, the depth of the magic that the sorting hat held. The founders didn't just create a school, she said softly. They created a bond between all who enter these halls. The sorting hat, in its own way, protects that bond. It watches over every student who comes through these gates, seeing not just who they are, but who they can become. She turned back to Callum, her eyes filled with a quiet intensity. The hat's magic is more than sorting, it's about the choices we make. It guides us, but it also allows us to grow into who we're meant to be. But the hat doesn't just see us, it sees what we can become. It's not just about our past or our present, it's about our future. Callum seemed to grasp the weight of her words, though his eyes still held uncertainty. So, the hat is connected to our future? To the choices we'll make? Elara
nodded. Exactly. It watches over us not to decide who's best for each house, but to understand the paths we will take.
It keeps a record of every student, every year, every choice. The founders knew this, which is why they entrusted the hat with such power. But why is it kept a secret? Callum asked, his voice tinged with frustration. Why hasn't anyone
ever told us this? Why haven't the professors or anyone else told us what the hat really is?
Elara thought about this for a moment. I think the hat's power was never meant to be fully understood. The founders wanted it that way. They created a school where students could make their own choices, carve their own paths. If everyone
knew the truth about the hat's power, it might overshadow our own decisions, our own growth. The hat is there to guide, not to control.
She paused, taking in the magnitude of her words. But the magic that the hat carries, it's not just about Hogwarts. It's about everyone who's ever been here, who will ever come here. It's the heart of this school, the heartbeat that keeps it alive. Callum looked at her with a mix of awe and disbelief. So you're saying the sorting hat has been keeping this memory, this connection all along? Elara nodded again, the realization settling deeply within her. Yes, and it's waiting for the right person to truly understand it, to unlock the rest of its power. But the hat's power is only as strong as the choices we make. It knows what we're capable of, but it can't force us to act. It simply watches and waits. As Elara spoke, the forest around them seemed to breathe with her words. The trees shifted in the wind, their leaves rustling softly, as though they too were listening to the secrets being uncovered. The magic in the air felt thick like a tangible presence, one that Elara had always sensed but could never fully understand until now. "There's more," Elara said quietly, almost to herself. "The founders didn't just leave us the hat, they left us their stories, their memories. They wanted us to know them. The hat carries all of it. Their wisdom, their fears, their triumphs. And the hat holds the key to understanding how Hogwarts became what it is today. It's not just a place of learning, it's a living legacy shaped by every student who's ever passed through these doors." Callum watched her carefully, his expression thoughtful. "So, what does this mean for you? For us, what are we supposed to do with this knowledge?" Elara's heart beat softly in her chest as she stared into the distance, her mind swirling with the endless possibilities.
"I don't know yet," she admitted. "But I feel like I'm meant to uncover it, to uncover the rest of the story. The sorting hat is the key, but I think there's more to it than we can see." Callum nodded, the seriousness in his eyes
mirroring her own. "We'll figure it out together. Whatever it is, we'll find the answers." As the night settled around them and the stars began to emerge above, Elara realized that she wasn't alone in this journey. The sorting hat's secrets were not just hers to uncover. Hogwarts was a place of shared magic, a place where the past and present intertwined, and she knew that with Callum by her side, they could uncover whatever came next. The road ahead was uncertain, filled with mysteries yet to be discovered, but Elara was ready. The sorting hat had revealed its secrets to her, but there was still so much left to learn, and she would keep searching, keep listening, until the final pieces of the puzzle were in place. For now, though, the night was quiet, and the mysteries of Hogwarts waited patiently, as always, for someone to uncover them, and Elara was ready to do just that. As the days turned into weeks, Elara's journey into the heart of Hogwarts continued. The deep understanding of the sorting hat's power, its connection to the founders, and the magic that wove through the castle seemed to hum in the very air around her. But as much as Elara had discovered, there was still a sense of quiet anticipation, like a note left hanging in the air, waiting to be resolved. But in the midst of her growing discoveries, there was something else. Something that Elara hadn't expected. A feeling of peace. For the first time in as long as she could remember, Elara felt a profound sense of belonging. The secrets of the sorting hat had given her a glimpse into the soul of Hogwarts itself, and she had come to understand something that had always been just out of reach. Hogwarts wasn't just a school, it was a living entity, a place where every student's story became part of the greater whole. The castle had always felt like a vast, mysterious place with corridors that stretched on endlessly, and hidden rooms that only whispered their secrets to those who were patient enough to listen. But now, every hallway, every stone, every portrait seemed to welcome Elara. She no longer walked through the castle as a mere student. She walked through it as part of its story, an essential thread woven into its history. It was a quiet afternoon when Elara found herself wandering down a familiar hallway, her footsteps echoing softly in the stillness of the castle. The sun was low in the sky, casting a warm golden light through the large windows of the corridor. She had been thinking
a lot about her time with the Sorting Hat, how it had shown her the founders, their lives, their struggles, and their triumphs.
How it had opened her eyes to the deeper magic of Hogwarts. And yet, despite everything she had learned, Elara felt a profound calm, as though the weight of the castle's mysteries had been lifted from her shoulders. As she walked, she noticed a familiar figure ahead, Callum. He was sitting on a low stone bench by a window, the soft light illuminating his face as he flipped through a book. When he saw her, he smiled, his usual warmth bringing a sense of comfort to the moment. Elara walked toward him, her steps slow and deliberate. "Hey," Callum said, closing the book with a soft thud. "You've been lost in thought a lot lately," Elara smiled softly, sitting beside him. "I have, haven't I?" She paused, glancing out the window at the peaceful grounds of Hogwarts, where the last traces of sunlight bathed the landscape in soft hues. "But it's different now. I feel at peace. I think I've finally started to understand." Callum turned to look at her, his eyes full of quiet understanding. "Understand what?" "Hogwarts," she said, her voice low. "The Sorting
Hat, everything. I used to think the magic here was something distant, something separate from me, but now I see it's part of all of us. The hat isn't just about sorting.
It's about the choices we make, the memories we carry, and the way our lives become woven into the history of this place. It's all connected." There was a long pause, and for a moment, Elara simply sat in the peace of the moment, the quiet, around her, wrapping her in a gentle embrace. The wind outside stirred the trees, and the faintest sound of laughter could be heard from a distant courtyard, as if the castle itself was breathing, alive with stories and memories. "I think I've always known that," Callum said after a while, his voice thoughtful. "That Hogwarts isn't just about classes and magic, it's about something more, something that holds us all together." Elara nodded. "Yes, it's about the choices we make, and the people we choose to be. I've learned that from the hat. It doesn't just see who we are, but who we can become. It holds our stories, our memories, and it helps shape us into the people we're meant to
be.
But we're the ones who decide what those stories will be." The words hung between them, quiet but profound, as the evening settled around them. Elara felt a deep sense of gratitude for everything that had brought her to this moment. The Sorting Hat, her discoveries, her friendships, and the magic of Hogwarts itself. It wasn't about uncovering all the answers, it was about understanding that the magic was already there, woven into the very fabric of the school, and that her journey was just one part of a much larger story. "I think I'm ready," Elara said softly, more to herself than to Callum. "Ready to see where this journey takes me. I don't need all the answers right away.
I just need to trust that the magic will guide me." Callum smiled, his eyes filled with warmth. "You've always had that magic in you, Elara. You just had to see it for yourself." Elara looked at her friend, feeling the bond between them.
A bond forged through years of shared experiences, adventures, and quiet moments like this one. She wasn't alone on this journey. She had friends, she had Hogwarts, and she had herself. The magic that flowed through the castle was alive within her. And it was in the choices she made, the memories she created, and the way she moved forward. The sun was setting now, the sky painted with hues of pink and gold, casting a peaceful glow over the castle grounds. The moment felt timeless, suspended in the beauty of the evening. Elara closed her eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath, letting the calm of the world around her wash over her. The castle was quiet now, but the stories of Hogwarts, of the Sorting Hat, and of the founders lived on. In the walls, in the halls, and in the hearts of the students who walked its corridors. As the night began to fall, Elara stood and stretched, a sense of peace settling in her chest. She was ready for whatever came next. The Sorting Hat's secrets were still there, waiting to be uncovered, but Elara understood now that the journey itself was the true magic. It wasn't about finding all the answers, it was about embracing the questions, the choices, and the connections that made her who she was. She smiled at Callum, her heart light. "Let's go back to the common room. It's been a long day." Callum stood beside her, his smile warm and easy. "I think that's a good idea." Together, they walked back to the castle, the soft glow of lanterns lighting their way. The night was calm, the world around them peaceful, and Elara knew without a doubt that the magic of Hogwarts would always be with her, guiding her, protecting her, and reminding her that she was part of something much greater than herself. And as the stars twinkled above the castle, Elara's heart swelled with quiet contentment. She had uncovered a secret, but she had also found something even more valuable, a sense of belonging, a connection to the past, and the knowledge that the journey ahead was hers to shape. In that moment, the secrets of Hogwarts didn't feel like burdens to bear. They felt like gifts to be cherished. And with that, Elara was ready for the next chapter of her story to unfold. As the days passed, the magic of Hogwarts continued to unfold around Elara like a beautiful tapestry. Each corner of the castle, each whisper of the wind, seemed to hold a secret, a story waiting to be discovered. But more than the mysteries that called to her, it was the quiet moments, the stillness of the night, the gentle rustle of the leaves in the courtyard, the soft glow of lanterns illuminating the corridors, that brought her peace. She had learned much, and yet there was still so much more to understand. But with each day, Elara felt herself growing into her place within the story of Hogwarts. The Sorting Hat had shown her the magic woven into the fabric of the school, and now she felt it in every step she took. It wasn't just about uncovering the past, it was about embracing the present, finding comfort in the connections she had made, and knowing that her journey, her story, was part of something much larger than herself. As she stood in the quiet of the castle grounds one evening, looking out over the peaceful scene before her, Elara felt a soft sense of gratitude fill her heart. The night was calm, the stars above shining like beacons in the sky, and the air was cool but not cold. The castle itself seemed to breathe, as if it were alive with all the stories it held. "Elara," a voice called gently behind her. It was Callum. his footsteps soft against the ground as he approached. Elara turned to face him, her heart light. "Hey," she said, offering him a warm smile. "What's up?" Callum's eyes twinkled with that familiar sparkle of warmth. "I was just thinking about everything you've uncovered. It's incredible, but I want you to know something." Elara raised an eyebrow, curious. "You don't need to figure it all out right away," Callum continued, his voice soft but firm. "The magic you're uncovering, the secrets of Hogwarts, they'll always be there. You don't have to carry it all by yourself. It's okay to take your time, to let it unfold. The journey is just as important as the answers you find." Elara felt a deep sense of relief wash over her, as if a weight she hadn't realized she was carrying had been lifted. Callum was right. She didn't have to rush. The magic of Hogwarts, the stories of the Sorting Hat, the legacy of the founders, they were all part of the greater tapestry of her life, and it would unfold in its own time. "Thanks, Callum," she said softly, her voice filled with gratitude. "I needed to hear that." He smiled warmly, his presence a comfort as always.
"Anytime."
The two of them stood in silence for a moment, watching the stars twinkle in the night sky. The soft breeze carried the scent of the castle grounds, and Elara realized that for the first time in a long while she felt completely at peace. The journey ahead was still uncertain, full of mysteries and discoveries, but she knew that she wasn't alone. Hogwarts, with its magic, its secrets, and its stories, would always be there, guiding her. As the night deepened and the castle glowed softly in the distance, Elara closed her eyes for a moment, feeling the magic of the school wrap around her like a warm embrace. There was no need for worry, no need for fear. The future would come when it was ready, and Elara would face it with an open heart, ready to discover whatever came next. And with that peaceful thought, Elara let herself drift into the quiet embrace of the night, knowing that the magic of Hogwarts would always be with her, gently guiding her, just as it had guided generations before her. The journey would continue, one step at a time,